Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have, you will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganashadusham Tattvamasya Adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda. I welcome all viewers who are watching us to KAILASA HDH Nithyananda YouTube and the Nithyananda TV across the globe. So I welcome you all for this Devi Parashakti Akashic Vedic program. So we'll be beginning this program, this small introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga
and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Yes, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of the Kanchi KAILASA Sarvajna Peetham, also called as the Tondai Mandala Adinam.
present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of
the Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order. And he is the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, the pontiff of Kailasonatha Dwadashanta Shyamala Peetha Sarvajna Peetham.
the present 23rd
Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. And the Supreme Pontiff is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. The Supreme Pontiff is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders and pontiffs.
authored 1,500 books and 10,000 articles and published in 267 languages with over 10,000 titles, over 20 million copies of books, articles are sold, read and downloaded.
Yes. So 66.4 million plus followers worldwide who revere His Divine Holiness as the Avatar, Incarnation, and as their own beloved spiritual Guru.
Over 10,000 hours of discourses and enriched over 1 billion lives.
And he is respected as the commentator of the sacred scriptures like the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras.
Honored as the leaders of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized, revered as Hindu leader, revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, read and watched.
So he is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, KAILASA Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries with 22 universities, 186 extended campuses, and 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls.
Founder and reverer of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million plus books, 1 million plus family scriptures, and 5 million plus catalogs, and 50k plus
manuscripts, and over 20 million digital books. Yes. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 and more Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems and founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajna Peethams.
reviver of the 108
ancient Hindu sampradayas, which includes the Rishis, the Rishikas, the Rudras, Rudrakanyas, Sannyasis, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and the various other sampradayas. So with this short introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we'll be next moving on to the manifestation of Shaktis after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are. whichever corner of the world you may be, I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyanandam, yes, welcome back. So we'll be now moving on to the next segment of understanding the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis. So today we'll be demonstrating the power of body scanning, and anybody who wants to have a body scan during the live show, you can actually go ahead and please leave your comment with your request and your consent to scan your body in the comment section in the live YouTube stream and the channel KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. So first, let us understand what are Shaktis. In the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. And manifesting these Shaktis are described as a system, a method, and a science for human being to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis, they manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not from the cognition that you are a man and you need to reach divine.
Now let us see what is Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shaktis explores from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are power that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on path to the enlightenment.
Yes. So we had understood about the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. So Shaktis of Paramashiva, they manifest when you're in deep oneness with the incarnation. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as a 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of this civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. So you can leave a comment with your consent to scan your body in the live stream, the comment section, and we'll be scanning your body right now.
Next is the Guru Parampara of HDH. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Dikshas, initiation, and by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to reviving the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from disciples of Vedanta, Tantra, and Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic Sciences, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of
Aushadha. and Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. Yes. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis within us? So let us watch a small video on what is the science of initiation about Diksha. So every ultimate truth which is mapped into your consciousness, it manifests as a possibility and power of every being, Prajnana. So what is Diksha? What is initiation and what is the science of Diksha?
Nithyanandesh.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Yes. So we'll now be understanding the various aspects of evidences of pramanas. The Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana, experiences and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis, and their time-tested evidences.
Atma Pramana, or account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium avatar personal experience of power manifestation. Then the Pratiksha Pramana, or empirical evidence from observations and scientific
evidences. So Veda Agamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and they are the pure science where these ultimate truths are explained. And Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. So Vedas and Agamas, Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, the eternal, unchangeable truths, and a reference cited from the Shastra of source scriptures is also called the Shastra Pramana. So now we'll be moving on to the demonstration of the power of body scanning. So let us now understand the various evidences, the pramanas of the power of body scanning. So anyone who wants to have a body scan done to you today, you can actually go ahead and come live and post your request, your consent to scan your body as a comment in the comment section in the live YouTube stream now, the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda channel. So now we'll be moving on to understanding the various pramanas of the power of body scanning. First pramana is the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the power of body scanning. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam yatvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such blissful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens.
Next, the reference for the Apta Pramana. There was a Thereya, was a Siddha, and one of the prominent disciple of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to the Agatya for healing. The Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of that headache. He reveals that there is a small a type of a frog sitting in a person's brain. The Agatya immediately instructs Thereya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and removes that Thereya frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is relieved from that headache. Thus, he gained the name the Thereya.
Yes, so we had the beautiful explanation of the Apta Pramana, the Puranic reference, and we'll be moving on to the Atma Pramana, accounts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivan's own life. The time tested and authenticated this science. On the 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he revealed how Swamiji uses this power of body scanning, and paraphrasing in his own words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was actually forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without a knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what are the problems and the imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy and as a second option to even diagnose myself and to take the treatment.
The next comes as a Sakshi Pramana, the experience and the results of the extraordinary manifestation happening to the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see the disciples, they have done through the body scanning, their experience they have manifested and they have put the comments. So you can see in the picture.
Yes. So now I request all of you who are watching us live, you can go ahead and post a comment with your consent for your body scanning in the live stream comment section, and you can actually request for a body scan. We'll be doing a live body scan right now and we'll be scanning your body. So what exactly would happen is it is not a medical diagnosis. It is a pure spiritual technique which is revealed by Paramashiva, and directly the initiated disciples would connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And by chanting the Mahavakya, Paramashiva reveals to the initiated disciples what is the exact cause of the disease. And the disease symptoms are not only cured, but the cause of the disease is cured. So this is where the ancient sciences of Hindu civilization are really revived and brought into daylight today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I request all of you to go ahead and comment and request for a body scan and in the live stream, and we are here available to scan your body and to tell what is Paramashiva exactly revealing to you through us, through the third eye. Yes, we'll give you a few minutes and we'll be back after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcome back. So, whoever wants to have a body scan can actually leave a comment and your consent for the body scan in the live comment section under the YouTube stream. So, we can see Rachel, who has become a member in the YouTube channel, like KAILASA HDH Nithyananda channel. So, welcome, Rachel. So, you can share your experiences, and if you would like to have a body scan, you can actually post your comment in the live YouTube stream right now. We will be with pleasure to do your body scan, and whoever wants to have a body scan actually can post a comment. So now, so what is exactly this power of body scan? So how does it operate? So as we saw the science, once you receive initiation from the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, simply the mirroring of neurons happens in your brain, and the power starts getting manifested. So each one of the disciples who have shared their Sakshi Pramanas right now, and just posted in these, which is actually projected on the screen, you will be able to see like how much of fun is this manifestation, and how much they have created a space of completion and power of possibility for them. And manifesting these Shaktis doesn't happen with effort, with your own effort. It just simply happens when you're in the deep feeling connection and oneness with the master, with that incarnation. So I can narrate my own experience of this power of body scanning. So once one of those beautiful programs called the Nitya Kriya Yoga program was happening in the Adi Kailas Sarvagna Peetham, and it was conducted directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we had a huge number of people, like around more than 1,000 people attending the program. And that was the first time. And before that, I have never even manifested this power of body scanning. That was the first time. So after initiation from His Divine Holiness directly. So the first attempt itself was, I was on the stage doing the power demonstration of this power of body scanning. So I didn't even manifest this power before, but I was directly on the stage when all the power demonstration participants and all the Nithyananda yogis and Balasans were there, and I was also a part of them. And all the participants were there, and the demo started. And the person who was actually conducting this power manifestation program, who was basically the coordinator of power manifestation program, she actually called me and she said, just see through your third eye and reveal what is Swamiji showing through your third eye. So that was the first moment I am actually even looking through the third eye and scanning that person's body. So before that, I have received initiations from His Divine Holiness, but have not manifested this power of body scanning. But I was there on the stage directly for the demo for this power, and that was too much for me. And I just closed my eyes and connected with Swamiji, connected with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, chanted the Mahavakya. That is it, what I did. And Swamiji started revealing the whole body scan of that person who volunteered to come and have a body scan. So I could very clearly see through the third eye what the various internal organs, and I could just point out these stones in his kidney and some toxins that was actually deposited in his liver. And after that, when whatever Swamiji had revealed through my third eye, I shared it with that person, the participant who wanted to scan. And the participant was completely surprised, because he had that problem for so many years, and he had come to Swamiji for healing of that exact problem. And Swamiji had revealed through me about that person's problem, that disease on that day. So it was a complete surprise for him and for me too, because that was the first time I was manifesting this power of body scan. So all these powers, these Shaktis of Paramashiva, they manifest just by the initiation of the incarnation. When you are in his presence, in the Shaktipada, the entanglement simply happens after the initiation. And with that power of initiation, you simply start seeing through your third eye and manifesting the various dimensions of your consciousness. Yes. So also Ma Premisha, she is also here. So she will also be sharing the experiences of seeing various disciples on her own, of how each one of us manifested these powers of third eye after receiving the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, Ma Premisha.
Yeah. So my experience was about when I first initiated by the one Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. First, I started scanning myself itself. So what is my body is so first I scanned myself, and I was able to see the parts of
Yes. So as rightly said by Ma Primesha, so this power of body scanning is not a medical diagnosis that each one of us do. It is application of the spiritual technique that is revealed ages ago, like millions of years ago, time tested. And we have actually shown you all the evidences and proofs of these powers manifested through various beings just by the Shaktipada having the entanglement and initiation of the enlightened masters and incarnation. So today, all of you also have this beautiful opportunity to request for the body scan, and you can also experience the miracles that would happen after you have the body scan. So it is not just a scan. So when you just request for a scan and when you are there in the presence of the awakened individuals, not only scanning happens, but the healing starts to happen right from the moment the scanning also starts. So that is the beauty. So millions of disciples have been initiated into this power of body scanning, not only scanning, healing the diseases, healing the root cause, and healing the various problems that they are facing in their life. So I request each one of you who are watching the show right now can actually go ahead and put your comments in the live YouTube comment section in the HDH Nithyananda official channel, and we'll gather back after a short.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam. Yes, welcome back. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program. So this program is about global peace begins from you. So how does the individual peace that each one of us have, it contributes to the global peace at large? So first, let us understand the world today, which is facing the global impacts of war, the Russia-Ukraine war, and what is happening to humanity. Did you know that these are the various problems, very serious problems that the world is facing because of the war? Number one is food insecurity. Number two, economic crisis, and people who are literally displaced from their countries. What is the solution? Let's understand each aspect one by one.
The war in one place has a global impact. One of the worst wars humanity has seen in the recent times is the Russia-Ukraine war. But did you know the impact of it has had in the other parts of the globe?
Yes. So, did you know the impact of this war on the various parts of the world? Food insecurity, where in 36 countries, the food inflation is at 15% or higher, causing major problems for the poor families who spend upwards of 50% of their income on food. And 60% of low-income countries are at a very high risk, or they're already in debt distress, up from 30% in 2015. So this is the status of our humanity right now because of the war.
Acute hunger is projected to increase by additional 47 million people from 276 million to 323 million. This is a staggering 17% jump, with the steepest rise in the sub-Sahara Africa.
Yes. So you can see the hunger rate has been drastically increasing, and the latest data from the International Food Policy Research Institute's Food Trade Policy Tracker shows that since the Ukraine invasion, Almost 23 countries have imposed export restrictions on food. The current restrictions affect about 17.3% of the total calories which are traded globally, up from 5.6% before the war. So this is the latest data from the International Food Research. Yes. Next, very important impact of the war globally is economic crisis.
Yeah, the economic impact. The war has continued the already set paradigm of the pandemic in its impact on the economy. The Ukraine and Russia are the key exporter of wheat, barley, corn, and cooking oil, particularly for the African and the Middle East country. Russia is also a major producers of fertilizers and petroleum. Disruptions to the flow of these goods are compounding other supply chain and climate challenges, driving up food and gas prices, causing a shortage and pushing millions of people into the hunger.
Yes,
So in
so
this you can
millions of
see,
people in hunger. Yes,
so the major food production is the wheat, barley that the Russian bring. They are importing to the other countries. Because of this war, it is affecting the other countries also.
so we can see the pressure on the global economy. The World Bank has lowered its global growth forecast for the year 2022 by nearly a full percentage point from 4.1% to 3.2%, citing the pressure that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has placed on the global economy. So you can see the worst impact on the economy due to the war that is happening around the world.
The inflation. Investors are rattled by rampant inflation and its dampening effects on the global growth. The International Monetary Fund predicts that the US inflation rate will reach the 7.7% this year and 5.3% in the Eurozone.
Yes. And the countries which are at risk, in 36 countries, the food inflation is at 15% or higher, causing major problems for poor families who spend upwards of 50% of their income on food. And 60% of the low income countries are at a high risk of, they're already in debt distress, up from 30% in 2015. Fuel prices are at a 7-year high. This is the impact of the war. The next important problem that the world is facing now, people getting displaced from their own countries. Humanitarian crisis, where you can see more than 6.9 million people, they have fled the Ukraine in one of the fastest growing refugee crises in the recent history. And humanitarian groups with resources already strained by crisis elsewhere have sprung into action. The UN Refugee Agency has projected that around 8.3 million people might leave Ukraine and called for more financial support for refugees and host countries as both face challenges with access to food, housing, transportation, education, and money.
The world is watching. Can you change it? What is the solution for this?
Yes, so as we all saw, these are the various global impacts of the war that is going on, from food insecurity to economic crisis, to people getting displaced and humanitarian crisis. So what is the solution at this point of time for what the humanity is facing across the globe? So let us understand more about what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing about global peace starts from you. It doesn't start elsewhere out of you, but it starts from you, each and every individual at home contributes to that global peace. Only when you are at peace, when you are in the right space, you actually create the right space outside of self, outside of yourself, and that contributes to the collective consciousness and global peace at large. So it is a byproduct of the bliss of an individual.
So global peace, a byproduct of individual peace, individual bliss. So global peace is start from you.
Yes. So definitely humanity cannot afford a third world war. Already just with one war, humanity is facing so much of crisis in economy, in getting displaced from their own native countries, in hunger and much more. So let us now listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about what he says about global peace and how each one of us contribute to that global peace. So let us watch the video.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Welcome back. So we saw a beautiful video on global peace directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So when we realize our role in the existential scheme of things, we can no longer feel separate from all those around us. We can only feel separated when we feel unconscious of our role and when we are unaware. So the time has come to create a critical mass of enlightened people on the planet Earth And only by creating more and more people who are awakened, who are enlightened, can the collective influence of the individual also contribute to all the negativity, and the negativities can be destroyed. So all the calamities around the world are created only by unconscious human beings. So global warming, HIV, religious terrorism, fanaticism, and piles of atomic weapons are all because of this negativity.
Today, we are facing so many dangers that unless we create a peaceful and a blissful, joyful, and enlightened society, we will not be able to preserve this beautiful planet Earth. So, Supreme Court of Hinduism by Jagadguru Mahasanatana, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam mission is to create a peaceful and a joyful, blissful, conscious, enlightenment society.
So we'll get back after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, Your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled, it is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly, everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war, there is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Welcome back. So let us now understand how global peace begins with us. When we realize our role in the existential scheme of things, we can no longer feel separate from all those around us. We can only feel separated when we feel unconscious of our role and when we are unaware. The time has come to create a critical mass of enlightened people on planet Earth. Only by creating more and more people who are awakened, who are enlightened, can the collective influence of the individual negativity be destroyed. So all the calamities around the world are created only by unconscious human beings. Global warming, HIV, religious terrorism, fanaticism, and piles of atomic weapons are all because of this negativity. So today, we are facing so many dangers that unless we create a peaceful, a blissful, joyful, and enlightened society, we will not be able to preserve this beautiful planet Earth. Bhagavan beautifully says, my mission is to create a peaceful, a joyful, blissful, conscious, enlightened society. So today, we'll also understand more about what are these self-contradictory thoughts. How are these self-contradictory thoughts impacting on the global peace at large? Actually, a majority of us are caught up in fighting with our own selves. We are actually caught in a web of self-contradictory thoughts and desires. Our thoughts and words are very powerful, but we use them so casually. For example, say you have a headache. What do? You tell yourself, how I wish this headache would go away. So you don't realize that each of these words that carries the power of desire and actualization within them. By uttering these words, you give as much power to the word headache as you give to the words go away. So this is what I mean by the self-contradictory thoughts. By your very thought, you contradict your original desire, and even your positive intention is caught in the fight. The dilemma of your own thoughts and your own words. The nature of the mind is dilemma. So we keep fighting with our own selves. And you will then ask, how do I get rid of this headache? Just by saying, let me be healed. That's all. The mind is so used to thinking only negative words. That is the problem. Our self-contradictory thoughts are the root cause of all our suffering. All our suffering, it arises from the ignorance of the truth that we are by nature bliss. We are a part of this whole existence, which is nature bliss. Once we intellectually and we experientially understand this, we will consciously and we will strongly see our self-contradictory thoughts being replaced by self-healing thoughts. When we infuse healing thoughts into our system, again and again, we give power to the positive words and positive thoughts. So they get embedded in our very muscle memory. So at times of your low mood, at times of depression, these healing thoughts will automatically come up in your inner space and pull us out of the low mood. On our own, we can raise ourselves up from our low feelings and all the kind of the low mood swings and the depression that we are facing. So your peace, which you're experiencing individually inside of yourself, by its nature, it touches the world. So this is how it impacts on the global peace. So let us see a beautiful story from the life of Buddha. Devadatta, he was a cousin of the Buddha enlightened master. He joined Buddha's order of monks. He was hungry for power and status, and he wanted to become the head of the order of monks. But Buddha would not allow such an immature person who was running after status instead of enlightenment, realizing himself. So to lead the mission, so Devadatta harbored jealousy and ill feelings towards Buddha and even made several attempts to kill Buddha. So this is the story from the life of Buddha. So once Devadatta, he persuaded the royal elephant keepers to release a fierce elephant onto the Buddha's path. The elephant was intoxicated and it was let loose in the streets where Buddha used to walk regularly. You can see in the picture, and the mad elephant, it literally ran wildly and people got panicked and fled in all directions. And the elephant now came upon Buddha. So Buddha kept walking, just radiating the same peace, and he was so calm. And even in that phase of this dangerous situation, he was very calm, and his bliss and peace was not at all affected by the threat of the wild elephant that was right in front of him. So the elephant, it came rushing towards Buddha in a mad fury, and once it reached Buddha, it immediately calmed down completely, and its wild nature, it simply dissolved in Buddha's enlightened presence. Buddha just touched the elephant's forehead and stroked it gently, and calmed by the patting, the elephant, it bent on its knees, and it literally, you can see in the picture where how it bowed down to Buddha. So this is the beautiful story, and the people watching this whole thing was so amazed. The whole happening was so amazed. So how individual peace by its nature, it touches the world. The effect of peace is radiated by a person who is fully satisfied and blissful within himself is similar to the waves that happen in a lake when you throw a stone onto it. Everything in the lake is touched by the effect of the stone. The waves of bliss radiating from a peaceful person naturally and automatically, it touches the people, the animals, trees, rocks, and affecting everything nearby. So to make the whole world blissful and whole world happy, you don't have to do anything. You just have to change your very center. So when you are seeing a horror movie, your world will be filled with fear. But if you just change the channel just to another comedy movie, you can see how your whole world changes. So when the inner awakening happens, the higher emotions happen, and it all finally boils down to your own personal experience and what is the real happiness. So that is where it boils down. And if you want to save the world, all you have to do is save yourself. So everything is actually happening in this world. The great spiritual sessions where enlightenment science is being shared, and at the same time, the terrorist training camps where violence is being shared. So according to what you tune with, the world that you attract and see will also appear to be. So you will attract the same type of people and situations in your life. And even one person who's struggling for this enlightenment, to achieve this enlightenment, seeking, he raises the consciousness of at least 1 million people. So this is how the individual peace by its nature touches the world. So let us now understand about collective consciousness, how our individual consciousness, when it awakens, it contributes to the awakening of the collective consciousness. So not only we are connected to each other socially, the great truth is that we all are a part of the whole, the collective consciousness, and all of us are not individual islands. So our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings not only affect us, but they affect the rest of the world also. So whatever thought, even one small negative thought you have, that immediately reflects on the world outside. So we are all the waves in the oceans of existence. So existence itself is pure. It is intelligent energy. This loving existence, it desires that each of us succeed and experience the fulfillment in life. When we realize this, we can simply let go of our fears, our desires, jealousy, pains, depressions, and relax into the loving arms of the existence. So, if we realize this great truth, we will see how each one of us are unique, each one of us are irreplaceable part of the grand orchestra of the universe, of the existence. So we can see a small video on the experiment on collective consciousness. Let us watch the video. The video is about the Maharishi effect. So this is a research which was conducted on the topic of collective consciousness. So let us watch the small video clip. Yes, welcome back. So we watched a very beautiful video on the Maharishi effect. So now, looking in. So let us understand deeper about what contributes to the collective consciousness. So instead of looking at each other as enemies, if you start looking in, you will realize that the enemy within is causing all the troubles. As such, there is no enmity with others. The other is just a blissful part of the existence, like you. We think negatively because we are unaware. So our thoughts affect the people around us and also the whole world. Harsh words, our angry feelings, suppressed emotions, and suffering directly contributes to the creation of unrest in the world. Individual stress, hatred, violence, it causes an increase in the collective stress, collective hatred, and violence in the society. So instead of looking at each other as enemies, let us start looking in. And that leads to decrease in human awareness, resulting in more acts of violence against nature. We need to break this cycle. Otherwise, it will cause more and more calamities, both natural calamities, man-made calamities, and because the wheel of nature cannot sustain any more violence. So global peace as such has no meaning, and it is the peace and bliss that what each and every individual that radiates directly contributes, results in global peace. So the individual's inner satisfaction, increase in individual's awareness, increase in your creativity and intelligence will automatically lead to the global peace, prosperity, and harmony aspect. So how to handle the suffering in the world? So, because of war, so much of suffering, the COVID-19 pandemic. So first, we have to understand that every major decision taken at the higher level of power and governance is an expression of the collective positivity or collective negativity. Because it is the mass consciousness or the collective consciousness that creates the leaders. So before blaming others like leaders, politicians, or officials, if we can put a little bit of energy towards ourselves and we start working to create more and more positive consciousness in our inner space, we will be doing something really useful to the society. So there are two ways to handle anything. One is just talking about things, and number two is actually getting onto it and actually doing things. If you're interested in just talking about things, then you will blame everybody around you, and you will, starting from your neighbor to the politicians, business, and the world leaders. Blaming and criticizing everyone is not going to be directly useful for us. So not only that, it will really pull down your whole and your own energy. So this is one common, the ineffective way of working. So the second is the beautiful way. If you really don't like the situation, you will be sincere, and you'll be sincere really and do something to change the situation. You will sincerely work towards making more collective positive energy first within yourself and then in the world. So it is time. Let us create more positivity from our side, from inside, and let us bring more love to our actions. Let us increase the frequency of our individual consciousness instead of getting upset or getting disturbed by negative decisions. Just create positive energy so that the people around you and people around the world are also affected by this positive consciousness. Then you will see that it radiates through the leaders also. When more and more people begin to transform themselves, the collective positivity has to express itself through the right politicians and the right leaders. Realize that all leaders are channels of the collective positivity or negativity created by the masses. they all are also guided by the masses. So there are two ways: sitting and blaming things, or working actively to create more and more positive energy. So any sincere person first should start towards working towards creating more and more positive energy, rather than simply blaming, rather than criticizing, rather than getting upset or getting disturbed. So if you get upset and get disturbed, what is going to happen? So nothing will happen, except you will have a little more depression, little more negativity added to you. And because of that, you yourself will add more negativity to the world, and you will add more mass to the negative consciousness. So as Bhagavan beautifully says, revolution is not the way, and evolution is the only way. So every revolution promised the truth or the ultimate solution. But what do we see if we look back? In the last 3,000 years of history of planet Earth, we have had 5,000 recorded wars. Researchers have estimated that in the last 3,000 years of the history of planet Earth, there has been at least 9,000 peace treaties. An average lifespan of the treaties was just 8 years. So it seems like human beings were not doing anything but just waging war. The reason is because all of us believed in revolution and not on evolution. Now it is time to believe in the individual evolution. You see, the mass revolution becomes again one more system. So anybody who comes to power is again led by mass negativity or mass positivity. So it is now our responsibility to add more and more positivity. That is the only thing an individual can do. So peace needs to be brought into an individual's heart. Then it will just radiate like the fragrance of a flower and transform the whole planet Earth. So let us all be honest within our own selves, within our own being, and bring peace to ourselves and thus to the whole world. So we will then add to the collective positive consciousness and just create the positive energy, so that the people around you, they all will not be affected by the negativity and just will be affected only by this positive consciousness. And then you will see that it radiates to the leaders as well. So how to get rid of the suffering in the world? So much of what is happening around the world is a result of all our past actions. So at least in this present moment, let us create more and more positive consciousness and energy, so that we will avoid the same challenges and the same calamities in future. If we get agitated and disturbed, then we will create more violence and more negativity in our efforts to try to stop the existing violence. So violence can stop violence. No, it cannot stop violence. So blood cannot wash away blood. Buddha beautifully says that if we start thinking in the line of an eye to eye for an eye, the whole world will become blind. If we start working with the logic of an eye for an eye, then a person from this group will like an eye from a person in the other group, and a person from that group will take an eye from a person in this group. Then the whole world will become blind. The only thing you can do is start creating more and more positive and peaceful ambience inside your being, and continuously work to create the peace, create the love outside your field. That is the only possible solution. So just decide, yes, in this moment, with the power that I have, I will do a little service with whatever I have and whatever is available to me. And I will send out peaceful prayers, thoughts, and positive energy. Whatever I have had under the control of my body and mind, I will make it positive. So getting agitated is not going to be productive in any way, And it is agitated people who create wars. If we also get agitated, how do you think we are going to solve this problem? So we are only going to add more and more problems. And when you get agitated, you have already lost the game. The only way is to do whatever we can without getting agitated. The only way is by being here and now, adding more and more joy, bliss, and silence to the whole consciousness. Anyone who tried this, the way of revolution, they only created one more system and one more tradition and one more power game. And ultimately, one more war. The only way is the way of Buddha, the way of peace, the way of silence, and the way of Paramashiva himself. That is the only way to get rid of all the sufferings that we are facing right now. So, working within our own selves, becoming masters of our own selves, and doing things that need to be done without getting agitated. It is the right way, and we should all become protective, not agitated, and we should do as much as we can towards peace, towards silence and bliss, and help people who are stranded by these wars and conflicts. We should try to bring more and more peace into the consciousness of the leaders by bringing it into ourselves. We should show compassion to help the other person, but the important thing is we should not start suffering for our own selves. For example, if a rich person is there and he is distributing all his wealth to the poor people, what will happen? So we will have one more poor person because he would have given all his wealth. Not only that, people receiving also might not have the intelligence to maintain and increase the wealth that he received. Like this many times, instead of lifting the other person, you actually start suffering inside. So express love, express compassion, and don't start suffering to yourself. So if you look in and start giving better choices, you will actually start giving better choices to others and give the intelligence to others to make better choices. And that is the real help which you can give it to others. Yes. So what is the way to increase the collective positivity to reduce the chaos that is happening in the world? So if you decrease the temperature of a system, the chaos and agitation in that physical system is reduced. For example, if you reduce the temperature, the water, which is a liquid, it becomes solid ice. Also, the impurities in the system are removed. At the same time, when you freeze salt water, you can see that salt remains at the bottom, while only the water becomes ice. In the same way, when the collective consciousness of the society is transformed, the chaos, it reduces and the system begins to clean itself. So we have these various studies of the effects of meditation on peace. So various studies have been done to measure the effects of group meditation on communities. Some observed the effect of a critical mass of people who meditated using the technique of transcendental meditation, and these studies showed an 8% decrease in the crime rate in the cities where group meditation was conducted, and other reports showed a significant 17% reduction in the acts of violence and a 13% increase in the cooperative helpful acts. In the war-struck areas, there were more than 50% drop in the daily war deaths and more than 25% drop in war injuries. The overall statistics showed up with group meditation, with reduced crime rates, fewer hospital admissions, and reduced violence, leading to an increase in the overall quality of life. So this was the study and research results on the 21st of September is observed as the International Peace Day. And millions of people worldwide come together in prayer, in meditation, celebration, and collaboration for world peace and global harmony. So on this occasion, Nithyananda Mission offers to conduct collective group meditations worldwide, and the collective consciousness is raised in a much more powerful way when meditation is done as a group. So when matter is shared, it reduces in size. For example, if an apple has to be shared by 4 people, it has to be cut into 4 pieces. It reduces in size. So when it comes to an electrical energy, when the voltage is shared, it does not reduce. It remains the same. For example, if we have 10 volts of electricity in a wire, one person touching the wire will feel 10 volts, and the four people who are touching the same wire will also feel 10 volts. But it is different in the case of powerful, subtle energy of meditation. So with that, we'll be moving on in understanding deeper and deeper truths about how this meditation of an individual, it affects and it influences the global peace after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Welcome back, viewers. As we are seeing, the global peace begins from you. Now, let us see the studies of the effect of meditation on peace. Various studies have been done to measure the effects of group meditation on communities. Some observe the effect of a critical mass of people who meditated using the techniques of transcendental meditation. These studies showed an 8% decrease in the crime rate in the cities where group meditation was conducted. Other reports shows a significant 17% reduction in the acts of violence and 13% increase in the cooperative and helpful effects. In war-stricken areas, on 21 September is observed as an international peace day. The millions of people worldwide come together in prayer, meditation, celebration, and collaborating for world peace and global harmony on this occasion. Every year, Nithyananda Mission Centers conduct a collective group meditation worldwide. The collective consciousness is raised in a much more powerful way. When meditation is done as a group, when matter is shared, it reduces in size. For example, if an apple has to be shared by 4 people, it has to cut into 4 pieces. It's reduced in size. When it comes to an electrical energy, when the voltage is shared, it does not reduce. It's remain the same. For example, if you have a 10 volt of electricity in a wire, one person touching the wire will feel 10 volt. The 4 people touching the same wire will also feel the same 10 volt. But it is different in the case of a powerful and supple energy of meditation. When meditation is done by a group of people, it multiplies rather than diminishing of or staying the same. The benefits are shared and amplified among the entire group and the beyond. If one person meditating generates 10 volts of energy, then 100 people sitting together in collective meditation generates 10 into 100, that means 1,000 volts of energy. Just imagine the strength of energy that is generated will simply cleanses the entire space where the meditation is done. That is why the collective group meditation is encouraged. This can also be compared with the difference in intensity between an ordinary light and a laser. The coherence in the laser, the group effect causes the intensity to be magnified. The unavoidable loving touch of enlightened beings. A story from the life of enlightened Master Buddha. There was a pandit by the name Angulimala. He used to live in a forest that many people had to cross. He used to ambush the people and rob them from their valuables. Then he would cut off the little finger of the person and make a garland of all the fingers. That is why he was called as an Angulimala. Once, when traveling, Buddha was about to cross that forest. The people in the village, they had warned him about the terrifying Angulimala. But Buddha was unperturbed and continued to walking deep inside that forest. The Angulimala jumped out of the bush and shouted threateningly at Buddha. But Buddha stood still. Buddha stopped and replied, "I'm still. May you be still." Angulimala, for the first time in his life, was shaken to his very being. Something about the Buddha touched him deeply. He could not even force himself to attack Buddha. His hand was frozen. He just fell at the feet of the Buddha and crying and begging for that forgiveness. So this story illustrates one of the truths of the impact of enlightened beings. Without effort or intention, an enlightened being simply radiates the tremendous peace and compassion which has the power to simply transform others. This effect is not limited just to the human beings. Even animals are touched by the pure love and compassion radiated by an enlightened being. Everything is changed when it is exposed to that high frequency energy. There's another beautiful story from the life of Adi Shankara, an avatar from the ancient India. The Shankara was wandering in southern India in the town of Sringeri. One day, a strange and a beautiful scene happened in front of him. A two frog were sitting on the rock. It becomes very hot. So the frog were about to jump into the water. Just then a cobra raised its hoods and spread it over the two frogs, giving them a shade. The frog enjoyed the cool shade and sat back for some. After some time, they plunged into the water. The cobra also folded back its hoods and went away. Shankara was watching this and it was amazed. He was a very sharp, intellectual person. He did not leave the incident as that. His intellect immediately recognized that unless the place was sanctified in some way by some high energy, it was not possible for animals to forget their enmity and coexist in such a beautiful fashion. The story continued. He went around and asked for details about the place. He learned that sometimes in the past, a great enlightened sage had established and maintained his ashram there for many years. Shankara was so moved by the whole incident that he decided that somebody he too would set up his mission in that very place. Years later, when he was passing by the same place, he stopped and established his first ashram. They are called the Sringeri Mutt. To this day, it stands as one of the key seats of spiritual wisdom in the world. An enlightened being effortlessly radiates his all encompassing inner space, which creates a collective positivism. As Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutra, in the presence of an enlightened being, even a natural enemy loses their enmity. The fire that is full of its own light consumes everything. But it is not contained by anything, contaminated by anything. In the heat of the fire, what goes into its purified? But the fire is untouched by the qualities of what it consumes. In the same way, the enlightened beings are untouched by qualities, good or bad. that they come in contact with. Their presence is so intense that everybody and everything is untouched by the love and the compassion that is their very nature. The direct and the only way to global peace is to generate more of that enlightened consciousness. That is what the Supreme Court of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhan, this divine holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam whole mission is all about creating a global peace. So we are seeing the global peace. So for the negativity, so much is created in the universe. For that, we need to create a more and more enlightened beings, awakened beings to destroy the negativity. So as a collective consciousness, a single from us, it has to start that peace. Then only it becomes as a collective consciousness. So whatever we are thinking, it's whatever the thoughts, it affects the other person, its surroundings. So let us all create a lovable space to create a beautiful world. So let us all meet after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, visitors, viewers, Samajis, Satsangis, sitting with us all over the world. Sri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanidars, through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. The cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing: Phoenix, Kanchipuram; Glendale, Arizona; New York, Varanasi; Washington DC, Sripuram; Ravensburg, Germany; Wilmington, North Carolina; Indrani, New Jersey; Seattle, Chidambaram; and Tiruvanmiyur, Chennai; Nithyananda Dhyanapidam, Hosur; San Jose, Madurai; Port Washington, New York; Singapore, Singapuram; Ohio, Prayag; St. Louis, Tirumala; Seattle, Chidambaram; Washington DC, Sripuram; Kastau, Croatia; New York, Varanasi;
Sugarland, Texas, San Jose, Madurai, Hebal, Bangalore, Ravensburg, Germany, Wilmington, North Carolina, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Enriching Temple, Biddi, Oman, Sivagangai, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Nithyananda University, Los Angeles, Nithyananda University, Paris, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Toronto, Kailasam, Scottsdale, Arizona, Charlotte, Srisalem, Vancouver, Canada, Houston, Kalahasti, Enriching Temple, Biddi, Kathmandu, Nepal, Oman, Sivagangai, Hyderabad, Guptakashi. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with the nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge,
more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone.
the best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without, and those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done, so much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with Inner Awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Because of that, we are little delayed, but today I am going to catch up. Today I am going to spend more time and catch up with them, with the syllabus. So, I conclude today with this. I'll move to the next sessions, IA sessions and all that. Because never I conclude. There's no conclusion for satsang. It goes on and on and on. Only the audience change. So with this, I move to the next step. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyananda, welcome back. So the next segment is going to be a very, very interesting segment on what would happen if you directly come in contact with the presence of the avatar, the incarnation. And as we all know, we have the upcoming Paramashivoham program starting on July 13th. So what is Paramashivoham? So Paramashivoham is the best ever happening that can happen in any beings who are residing in the planet Earth. That too right now when the world is facing war, when the world is facing a very severe pandemic, COVID-19, when everything is going in a reverse direction. Now, to take us all into refuge and to not only save us and protect us, but to awaken us. His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has beautifully given us this opportunity. So if you're a human being, just be available in the presence of the incarnation right now and make use of this opportunity to have a super conscious breakthrough. So what all would happen in Paramashivoham program? So exclusive sessions with the avatar himself and 16 hours of Nayana Diksha with the avatar. So when you just sit for a few minutes, so much happens and so much happens just in your neuronal system. But if you are sitting for a long time, like 16 hours, you can't even imagine how your brain is going to function. It's going to be literally mirroring the neurons of the avatar. And you'll be literally experiencing the various vertical time zones of the universes, the parallel universes, and the exclusive power manifestation sessions which will be directly conducted by the Nithyananda yogis and disciples initiated by the Supreme Pontiff. So now we'll be watching a small video on how parallel universes are real, and Bhagavan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has literally made it real for people to experience by traveling to various parallel universes and vertical time zones of the universe. So let us now watch that video clip and we'll be back after a short break.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpagavriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism show that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever. It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Hello everyone, welcome back. So we watched an amazing video about the parallel universes are real and we also can travel to those various parallel universes. So in this Paramashivoham level 3, which is going to be coming up on July 13th till August 22nd. So it's going to be an amazing experience for each one of you to be in the space, the presence of the living incarnation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So let us now enter into the next segment. So what is the best way to connect to Devi Parashakti? So there are a lot of ways of feeling connection, by feeling the deep devotion and having the deep space of surrender to Parashakti. But in Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma beautifully says that offerings, the ritualistic practice of offering your love and gratitude in the form of ornaments or the form of whatever it is, just with that deep love and with that deep surrender, with that right context, when you offer it to Devi Parashakti, she simply manifests all the auspiciousness and her blessings in your life. So Devi, she is the mother of the whole cosmos. So to a mother, you just need to ask. Even if you don't ask, she will just know that what all of us would need So that is the compassion, that is the love of Devi Parashakti. So today we will be understanding and having to know about the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. So before that, anyone who wants to have a breakthrough in their consciousness, you want to really experience the various states, the powers and being of Paramashiva, and many of you would be watching the NTV live, or many of you would be watching the signs of power manifestation about the various Shaktis of Paramashiva, and you would also want to manifest these powers and Shakti. Yes, this is the best opportunity ever to have that breakthrough in your consciousness through Paramashivoham level 3. So Paramashivoham level 3 program is not a program, it is a beginning, a very beginning for your life. So many of you would have some questions. So we are watching program, we are watching Swamiji satsangs, and we are watching all the various teachings, we are reading books. So what is the need to come and sit for a special program? And many of you would also have certain questions. I have already attended the program, and why do you need to come back? So His Divine Holiness has very clear, very beautifully, he has explained in a satsang that at least if a person is intense and integrated to the satsang for at least 3 months, then he would get all the benefits. He would definitely manifest the signs, the state, the space, and powers of Paramashiva, that which is showered in Paramashivoham by the Supreme Council of Hinduism. But do we really be very intense and integrated? Because every moment when you hold yourself up in that right space, in that right context, you even will be able to manifest that space and be in oneness with the avatar at all times. But definitely all of us would fall apart and we would fail. But in Paramashivoham, the incarnation himself, you don't need to do anything. He just keeps you on his lap, and he just opens up your consciousness, and he simply does what needs to be done. So that happens in Paramashivoham. So with that, we'll be moving on to understanding the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. So first we'll be chanting the Dhyana Sloka. Devi Parashakti. Induni bhaveda karavahina yanam syat pankajavara japaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. Yes. And we have the beautiful meaning of the sloka, moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hands, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and on one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bing crown. Her name is Manonmani. And we also have one more Dhyana sloka. Dhyayed devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadhanam savye padmam varadamavare chabayam chakshamalam divyairabharanair vibhushitadanum brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamartha datrim shubham. So the meaning of the sloka, it says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and hold the Veda, the lotus, and gracing with blessings and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. So, after invoking the presence of Parashakti, let us now understand the significance of the divine element gold. So the Atharva Veda, it says, Tredha Judam Janmanedam Hiranyam Agnerakam Priyatamam Babhuva Somasyaikyam Insitasya Parapatata Apamekam Veda Samreta Ahustatte Hiramyam Trividasva Ise. So triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes Agni, one fell away from the Soma when it was cut. One they call the seed of virtuous Apaha. Let the triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. So gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, Shrutis, Shrutis, Itikasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies one's being. And in Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, everything was exchanged in gold, and the ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and it was used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed up in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river Gold, and Indus River was called Hiranmaya and in Rig Veda, and river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartani in Atharva Veda. So God is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold, decked and adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. With that, we'll be moving on to the first offering to Devi Parashakti, the E-Hundi offering. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadharadhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can won over through true devotion, and she removes all the fears. So you can offer any offering as the E-Hundi offering to Devi Parashakti. And what is the significance? If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in the month autumn. And here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. So you can offer your deep gratitude and devotion to Parashakti by offering your Kanikai, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi Parashakti. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Sankalpa chanting. Tayaitan mohyate vishwam saiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushtarudhim prayaschati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So this is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12 and verse 34. So you can offer this conscious resolution, the Sankalpa chanting, and receive the blessings and auspiciousness of Devi and fruition of all the desires and wishes which you are yearning for. And next is the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, Nama Parayana Prita. So she who likes the repetition of her various names from Lita Sahasranama. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it's a very special and unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru of Parashakti, a representation of Parashakti herself. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of these 1008 names and receive the blessings to have all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Parashakti at $75, $151, and $251. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl, where the beautiful Meenakshi Pancharatna it adorns Meenakshi as Muktahara Lasat Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purakinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhabasuram Sarvabhishta Falapradam Girisutam Vanirama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunya Varam Nitin. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer this finger ring with the pearl to Devi Meenakshi at $251, $501, and $750. So you can offer the pearl ring and receive her blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. So the Kami Kagama, it beautifully mentions that Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarvesa Sutra Vastradya Hema Pankaja Bhushitaha Sapidhana Kshakurchascha Pakvabhilva Falaprabaha Tapannadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Smamanvita. All the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with lotus flower that is made of gold. So the significance of divine lotus. So we have a lot of significance. So we can offer this offering at $600. So there is a lot and hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. So almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, it involves consecration of deities of worship, meditating or mudras or asanas. During the worship, it involves a lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals, and lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. Base of Paramashiva, Linga, is a lotus. And disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this golden lotus in any size you wish to, and you can be blessed to have the state, the space, and the powers of Devi in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situations of your life. The next offering is the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring, where the verse, it beautifully says, Nakhadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakruta Saroruha. You whose brightness from nails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So this golden toe ring is a very beautiful offering where it's like literally you touch the feet, the toes of Parashakti, and you offer it deep gratitude and receive her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of your life at $750. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, Sudasarabi Varshini. So she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, and she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So Mangtika, it represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra that is completely opened, and you can offer it at $750 to Devi Parashakti and receive her blessings by achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. Next offering is offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where the Shastra Pramana, it says, Nakhadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakruta Saroruha. So this is from Saundarya Lahari, where it says, the nails of Parashakti is being sharpened and constantly touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. So Tamo Guna is darkness, and in this sloka, Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So offering this Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, it literally blesses you with all the auspiciousness and blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And along with this Pratyaksha Pada Puja, we have the next offering, the Vastra Seva. So you can offer the sacred cloth offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and receive his auspiciousness and blessings through the offering. So we have a list of all these offerings in the next set of slides listed out in the table, where e-hundi offering, you can offer it any amount. The Sankalpa chanting, offering the conscious resolution, where your name and your Rasi, your sun sign and your moon sign will be read out and chanted at $1. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the pure gold coin, each with the sacred name of Devi engraved on it, and Mukta Anguti, Swarna Padma Pushpam, the Swarna Metti, Swarna Mantika, Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. All these offerings, you can offer it at the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And the best ever way to connect to Parashakti is offerings, the ritualistic offerings that Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that Hinduism has mentioned. So with that, we are coming to a conclusion of this segment of the program, and next we'll be watching a very beautiful satsang And do not forget to sign up and register for Paramashivoham Level 3 program in the link paramashivoham.org, which is going to be starting on the very auspicious day of Guru Purnima, July 13th. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment after a short break. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
अरुणाचले अवेदपुजाम्बिके मधुरापुरी मीनाक्षी समयपुर इन्द्राक्षी काञ्ची शोकविनाशिनी शास्त्रते सहिते शिवशक्ति शुभङ्करि शुम्भरि शुम्भपदासते सकल मनोहरि सुन्दरि सर्ववशङ्करि शङ्कर दोषकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालयता करुणकटाक्षिणि सूक्ष्म विलेक्षणि काङ्क्षित साक्षित सर्वकृते शुभजन शाश्वत मानस भावित कामित याचित पूर्णकृते सुकर सुखीकृत दुष्कर नाशकृते जननिन्दित क्रोधकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालयता शक्तियुते हजिते चतुष्वरनाद च मे हृदये शिव शिव शब्दनिनाद मृदङ्गश्रुते कुरु नृत्य ममाधिपते शिव नटराज समेत हिताण्डवलास्य कृते शिव हर्ष कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय माम् बहु अवतार कृते जनपालित शासित भूमि पवित्र कृते युग शम्भविते च कलौ नित्यानन्द रूप शरीर कृते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि
ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
தக்க நடராஜா தக்க திம்மி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்க திம்
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவசமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Sarvagnya Pita Manifestors, Sarva Parityagis, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasa's e-Gurukul students, Kailasa's NHU students, Kailasa's ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals and supporters, and Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you, everyone sitting with us all over the world, and all those watching live on Kailasa TV, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, Kailasa's HN TV, and other social media platforms all over the world through YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and every other social media platform. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Vijayadasami day. My blessings to all of you, the whole universe. On this auspicious Vijayadasami day, I'll reveal the cosmic signs of Shaktis. Listen to it intensely. You will receive not only knowledge but experience. So you can start living it, manifesting it, enjoying it. On this auspicious Vijayadasami day, all the blessings to all of you sitting with us everywhere, from every corner of the world and from all lokas of the universe. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Nijavatara, today successfully have completed the 41st Chaturmasya on this incarnation. Blessings to every one of you on this auspicious occasion. Now, listen to the cosmic signs, cosmic revelations, ultimate sacred secrets related to the Shaktis. Understand, the modern day science is able to understand using the human mind the four forces. Listen. Modern day science is able to understand four forces using human mind. One, gravitation, the power of gravity, gravitation power. Second, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. I want to give you some of the powerful sacred secrets, revelations to all of you, so you can understand these powers and forces in the higher level, from the higher dimensions. Understand? Whatever is happening in Brahmanda is happening in Pindanda. Whatever is happening in macrocosm is happening in microcosm. If you understand the laws of gravity, all the laws related to gravity, all the understandings human mind reach about gravity, you can easily understand the greed happening inside you. Greed and gravity is one and the same. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Listen. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. If you map all the understandings you have about gravity on your greed, and all the understandings you have about the principle of greed on the principle of gravity, you will have powerful insights about your life. Gravitating is nothing but greed for more. Greed for more. Listen carefully. The greed for more happening in the macrocosm is gravity. The gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Study all the principles related to gravitation in every level, whether Newton's initial level theories or Einstein's quantum level theories or the modern day recent parallel universe, parallel life understandings and revelations. Study all of it. Map all of it to your greed. How your greed functions. How your greed becomes active or passive, aggressive or regressive. How it exists. How it manifests. How it manipulates. How it becomes life positive, sometimes life negative. Understand? How you attract, you gravitate what you want towards your life, you will be empowered. with the knowledge, science, power of manifesting what you want, if you understand principle of gravity and map it to the principle of greed. Listen. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. I sincerely recommend and request all of you to study a little bit about gravity with this clarity, with this context. How the gravity happening in the macrocosm and the greed happening in the microcosm is one and the same. You will realize many deep sacred secrets, powerful revelations about greed. If you know the inner nuances, sacred secrets about the greed, you will simply know how to manifest it, how to gravitate what you want in your life, and why you are gravitating even things which you don't want in your life. You will understand your life, what is happening in microcosm, in your existence, more clearly, deeply, and you will also gravitate what you want, and you will stop gravitating what you don't want. For that, understanding gravitation as per the science happening in the macrocosm, able to map it to your microcosm. Listen. I am repeating. Gravity happening in the macrocosm and greed happening in the microcosm both function on the same principles, on the same cosmic law, on the same truths, on the same foundation. So, listen intensely. Today's satsang is a very powerful message about the science of Shaktis. Listen to it at least 5 times. Only then you will be able to grasp the whole thing. Only then you will be able to enjoy the whole thing. Only then you will be able to internalize the whole thing. Only then you will be able to manifest it as an experience. So now, listen. The first understanding about gravity and greed. As I said, Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. That's the first principle. First understanding. The second force is electromagnetic force. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in microcosmic level is fear. Understand? All the principles human mind knows about the fear. All the laws, principles, science, human mind knows about the electromagnetic force. Apply them to the fear you experience in your microcosm. You will realize so many deeper level truths about fear. You will just conquer fear, and you will know how to use fear in your life. Listen. All the understandings you have about fear, map it to electromagnetic force. You will have more understanding. You may even land in new understandings, revelations, inventions, discoveries related to electromagnetic force. You may discover new laws, principles, reach new level of understanding about the electromagnetic force. If you reveal, if you map all your internal understandings about fear, if you map all the scientific understandings, revelations, principles about electromagnetic force on fear, you will have more understanding about fear. And all the understandings you have about fear, if you map it on electromagnetic force, you will have more understanding about electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in macrocosm is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Electromagnetic force happening in microcosm, inside your system, is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Gravity, gravitating, happening in microcosm is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is gravity. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Listen. Just these two principles, any of you start analyzing, mapping, organizing, easily you will get Nobel Prize. Because
There is so much Eastern science, Upanishads, revealed about fear and greed. There is so much the modern science has analyzed and understood about gravity and electromagnetic force. Many things will complement each other. Many of the understandings about the electromagnetic force and gravitation force by the modern science, if you map them to the understandings about fear and greed by the Upanishads and Agamas, the Hindu scriptures, you will land on many revelations, discoveries, understandings, powers in the inner world and in the outer world, in microcosm and in the macrocosm. What I am revealing is some of the fundamental principles, fundamental discoveries. This Chaturmasya, whole 4 months, I spent in such intense samadhi. Whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me in this intense samadhi, I am revealing it to all of you now. Gravity in microcosm is greed. Greed in macrocosm is gravity. Electromagnetic force in microcosm is fear. Fear in macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Third force human mind decoded is weak nuclear force. Listen, weak nuclear force. Powerful cognitions happening in microcosm is the weak nuclear force. Listen, I'm repeating. In microcosm, the powerful cognitions you experience are the equivalent to weak nuclear force. In the cosmos, macrocosmic level, when powerful cognitions are revealed by cosmos to cosmos, when it manifests powerful cognitions, that is the weak nuclear force. The weak nuclear force manifesting in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions manifesting in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. All the laws, principles related to weak nuclear force, take them and map to your powerful cognitions. When you manifest powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Map it. You will have so much understanding and revelations. Whenever you get the powerful cognitions, what happens in you?
Observe that, absorb and observe. Map that into the macrocosmos, the macrocosmic principles of weak nuclear force. You will have so much understanding, revelation about the weak nuclear force. Listen. Whenever you get a powerful cognition, a powerful inspiration, like unclutching, understanding about unclutching is the powerful cognition. What happens to you in the microcosmic level? It is actually equivalent to the weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Whatever happens to you, whenever you get the powerful cognitions inside you, map that understandings to the weak nuclear force. You will have more revelations, inventions, discoveries about the weak nuclear force. And whatever you know, science knows about the weak nuclear force, map them to your powerful cognitions. You will have so much revelations inside, and you will be able to manifest so many powers inside. The greed in you is equivalent to gravity in the universe. The fear in you is equivalent to electromagnetic force in the universe. The powerful cognitions you experience is equivalent to weak nuclear force in the universe. All common practicing Hindus reach up to this 3 level. The 4th, strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force is equivalent to initiation. Initiation, diksha, by an incarnation, living incarnation. Listen. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is diksha, initiation. Diksha, initiation happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Every principle, understanding, ideas, scientific revelations you know about the strong nuclear force, map them to the microcosmic experience of initiation. You will have so much of understanding, clarity, revelations about the power of initiation. You will be able to absorb initiation more and use initiation more. Get the best out of initiation. Same way, everything you know about the power of initiation in the microcosmic level, map it to the strong nuclear force of macrocosmic level. You will have not just new discoveries, inventions, revelations, new principles. You will be empowered to use the strong nuclear force in the macrocosmic level also. You can use just Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, to build your body internally, externally as you want, without the help of anything else. Because sun salutation, Surya Namaskar, is nothing but using strong nuclear force of the sun to empower the microcosm you are carrying. Surya Namaskar is a direct initiation from Surya. Listen. I will repeat. Greed is equivalent to gravity. Fear is equivalent to electromagnetic force. Powerful cognitions are equivalent to weak nuclear force, soft nuclear force, soft nuclear power. Initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly is equivalent to strong nuclear force. Listen. Now I am initiating all of you. So listen. Gravity happening in the microcosmic level is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosmic level is gravity. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions happening in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly, and initiation by Paramashiva directly happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Understand these four forces. Human mind was able to decode through science. Science was able to decode through human mind. Now I am revealing the fifth force, fifth power. Listen. The fifth one is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness. I'll define it elaborately. I'll explain it elaborately. Listen. You all know about greed. It's too easy to know. Fear. You all know the fundamental definitions and understandings about fear. Powerful cognitions. Almost all practicing Hindus will know the principle of powerful cognitions. When you get powerful insights, revelations from Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, and it clicks with you inside, becomes Atma Pramana. That's what I call powerful cognitions. Those powerful cognitions are like weak nuclear force. And all my disciples, you know the power of initiation. The initiation is strong nuclear force. These four fundamental principles, powers, you all know. Now I am giving you the revelations, sacred secrets about the next fifth force. There are actually 14 forces. I will reveal the fifth force now. Fifth force is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness means just knowing the truth. Paramashiva is there not because you believe. It's a truth. Paramashiva is real, is truth. It is simply conscious. As your consciousness is the reality, the existence of Paramashiva is real. The principle with which Paramashiva operates this universe is real. His existence is real. The principle with which he operates is real. The principle of Paramashiva is called Linga, Dharma. Listen. Just knowing the reality is consciousness. Just knowing the reality happening in microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. When you experience the fifth force, the conscious power, then I can reveal the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth forces. Before you experience the fifth force, if I start revealing the sixth, seventh, it may just go above your head. The sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Revelations about these forces I'm going to do it as classes and programs for the committed disciples, not economically, but consciously. Sincere seekers that need not be revealed to people who are not that interested. It should be revealed to people who are really committed and interested. Let me first reveal these 5 forces and make this as an initiation and experience, conscious experience to all of you. Whether you are just ordinary clerk doing a regular job, or a beggar in the street, homeless person in the roadside, or statesman ruling a nation, a powerful personality, influencer in the field of entertainment or music, politics, religion, society, in any level you may be, whoever you may be. Understanding about these 5 forces will enrich your life, empower your life, enlighten you. Enlighten you. Everything science decoded related to gravitation, the gravity, using the human mind, map it to your microcosmic level experience called greed. You will be empowered how to gravitate what you want and how not to gravitate what you don't want. Everything modern science has decoded about electromagnetic force, internalize, map it to the fear you experience in the microcosmic level, insecurities you go through, fears you go through. Map all those principles related to electromagnetic force to the experience of fear in your life, in your being. You will have so much clarity about fear. You will know how to use fear, how not to get affected by fear, how not to get affected by insecurities, how not to become life negative due to fears. I tell you, last 4 months, this Chaturmasya, being in the space of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Paramashiva darshans, Paramashakti darshans, continuously, all the great things Paramashiva revealed to me, Paramashakti revealed to me, I am revealing it to all of you now, sharing it with all of you now. Maybe in next few satsangs, I can bring some of the principles of gravitation force, gravity, and map it and show you how the greed functions in you. And same way, some of the principles, revelations about greed by Upanishads map it to gravitation, and give you the deeper new revelations and principles and theories. Possible new discoveries, new inventions about the gravitation principle. This will empower you in the outer world and enlighten you in the inner world, in both level. In both level, it will empower you and enlighten you. Understand? Same way, all the principles science has decoded about the electromagnetic forces. If you map it to the fears and insecurities and phobias you go through, you will become so clear about fear and the effects of fear in your life. Then you will know how to use fear and not to get used by fear. How to master fear. How not to be slave for fears and insecurities. Understand? When you get caught in fear and insecurities and phobias, you become life negative. Not only you commit suicide, you kill your consciousness. You see, suicide is not just destroying your body. You become Brahmarakshas after that. It's not that just when you destroy the body, everything ends. No. You can't end because you are eternal. Even if you kill your body, you don't have death. It's a truth. Suicide is actually just like cutting some limbs of your body. If you just cut your hand, you think everything will end? No, it is only going to be more painful. Same way, destroying your body is only destroying part of you. You can't destroy yourself. It is impossible. You exist. No one can destroy you, including yourself. That's a great boon you have. That's a good news. That's not bad news. You just need to understand how the fear, insecurity, phobias pushes you into life negativity and get out of it. That's all. So listen. If you know how to map principles of gravitation, principles of electromagnetic force, principles of weak nuclear force, principles of strong nuclear force into your microcosmic level, simply you know how to manifest powers. The science of power manifestation will just become reality in you if you just know how to map these four powers to your microcosmic level happenings. I'll repeat. The gravitation happening in the microcosm, when it happens in the, listen. Gravitation, which is happening in the macrocosm, when it happens in microcosm, it's greed. Electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, When it is happening in your microcosm, it is called fear. Weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosm. When it happens in the microcosm, it's called powerful cognitions. Example for powerful cognitions is unclutching, complete completion, sahaja samadhi, nirvigalpa samadhi. All these are powerful cognitions. That's a weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level. Initiation happening in the microcosmic level is strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level, the same thing when it is happening in the microcosmic level, it's called initiation by me, by an incarnation, by Paramashiva directly. When Paramashiva initiates the microcosm, it is Diksha. When Paramashiva initiates the macrocosm universe, it's called strong nuclear force. The fifth is the fifth principle, fifth power, fifth force is consciousness. The example for consciousness is Paramashiva is real not because you have greed to get what you want from Paramashiva, not because you have fear and Paramashiva should protect you, not because you want to use Paramashiva as a powerful cognition and enrich your life, not because you want to get initiation from Paramashiva and empower yourself. Paramashiva is real because he is real. That is consciousness. He is real beyond all these four. That is consciousness. That is consciousness. Paramashiva is real, happening in microcosmic level is consciousness happening. Paramashiva is real, happening in the macrocosmic level is the reality of Paramashiva. Existence of Paramashiva. Existential principle or principal existence of Paramashiva. The principal, primordial, Adi, original, source existence of Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is the primordial, primal, original, Adi, source existence, principle of reality, the real principle, fundamental principle of the cosmos. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva happening in the macrocosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. This is the fifth force, fifth power. Power of reality, power of existence, power of consciousness. Today, I am introducing these 5 forces, the principles about 5 forces, and initiating all of you, empowering all of you, consciously enlightening all of you. In further satsangs, I'll map how the gravitation can be mapped to greed, how the electromagnetic force can be mapped to fear, how the weak nuclear force principles can be mapped to powerful cognitions, how the strong nuclear principles can be mapped to initiation, empower you, all of you, enlighten all of you more and more, and also will reveal the power of consciousness. If you travel through the same logic, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, you can easily take a jump into consciousness. Science can explore consciousness if they travel this path, because by the time they travel this path and understand these 4 powers, they will understand the uniting principle. So they will know the road to travel from first to second, second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. Science can use consciousness for betterment of the human life on this planet Earth. If they can understand these principles step by step, step by step, step by step, and get involved into knowing the reality, I know, especially for my disciples, this satsang is a feast, maybe 10-course full meal. You need to watch this satsang at least 5 times. And I want each one of you to do little Google research. Study the fundamentals about gravity and greed. What modern day science says about gravity and what Upanishads reveal about greed. What modern day science say about electromagnetic force and what Upanishads reveal about fear. What modern day science reveals about weak nuclear force and what Upanishads reveal about powerful cognitions. What modern day science reveals about strong nuclear force and what Upanishads reveal about initiation, diksha. What modern day science reveals about consciousness. I think modern day science is yet to decode about consciousness. But what Upanishads reveal about consciousness. Understand, map it, internalize it, have Vakyartha Sadas. You will simply start manifesting more and more powers, more and more enlightenment. The quality of your living enlightenment will just shoot up. And you will understand Hinduism is real, most scientifically scientific religion. It's literally beyond science. It can lead science to the next level. Any one of you, especially my disciples, most of you are exposed to modern day science and this ancient science I'm revealing. If you start mapping, analyzing, you will reveal, discover so many principles related to external world and internal world. Simply you will get Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prizes. In many fields, not just peace. In many fields, you will get Nobel Prize. Maybe there will be a time many of you will be receiving Nobel Prizes for revealing many principles, sacred secrets from the principle, from the truths I am revealing in these satsangs. There is so much to tell. There is so much to tell. I will reveal them step by step in further satsangs. And classes and sessions and programs for committed disciples. Understand? What's the difference between a viewer, common practicing Hindu, and committed disciple? A commonly practicing Hindu is integrated to these great truths. No doubt. He starts practicing. He may fail and succeed. He may go ups and downs, but he will revive himself, rebuild himself, practice, struggle, manifest. A committed disciple is not just individually integrated, he takes the responsibility for collective integrity. He wants to be part of this KAILASA ecosystem, bringing collective integrity and take this to the whole world. Make whole world benefit from this. I am looking for those kind of people who are interested in taking collective integrity, responsibility for collective integrity. I am looking for those beings who wants to take responsibility for collective integrity and gather all of you and form the government of KAILASA. To the government of KAILASA, I will reveal the deeper truths and sacred secrets about the 6th force, 7th force, 8th force, 9th force, 10th force, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th forces. There are 14 forces, powers. These 5, I have revealed it to everyone. From 6th, I'll be revealing, initiating, empowering, enlightening people who want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, making this greater science called Hinduism useful to the whole universe. So if you are interested in becoming part of Kailasa government, want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, you can declare your commitments through the social media now, either through YouTube live chat or Facebook live comments, Twitter live messages. You can put your comments. Whoever wants to take up the responsibility for collective integrity of taking this science to the whole universe, want to spend your time. I am not looking for people with the treasure or people with the talent. I am looking for people who are ready to spend their time to take the responsibility for collective integrity. So you can take this science to the world and enrich the world, empower the world. Let the whole world enjoy. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. You can put your comments, commitments. People who are part of the Kailasa government already, Adinavasis, Sannyasis, enrichers, causes, they will call you, connect with you. Let us form a larger government team of Kailasa who wants to take the responsibility for collective integrity. To them, I will share the next level powers, so you can take this. You can also enjoy, you can take this to the whole world. So this is the message on this Vijayadasami, auspicious Vijayadasami day. Let the victory be on all of us by the grace of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva shower victory on all of us. Now, I bring not only the initiation as the living representation, living manifestation of Paramashiva, I bring consciousness of Paramashiva to everyone who is connected to me now, sitting all over the universe. Sit with your Atmalinga in your palms. You will receive the consciousness. Paramashiva himself manifesting and showering the powers related to gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and consciousness. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Let everyone experience the cosmic Kundalini, Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to call your family, friends, everyone for initiation. Call all of them, your pets, your kids, your family. Get all of them. Get the Atmalinga. Settle down. I'll give the initiation now. I'll start the initiation now. Whoever wants to commit to take the collective responsibility, you can put your messages in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, in all the social media platforms. We are live, and gather your family, friends, your pets, kids, all with their Atmalinga for the initiation. If you don't have Atmalinga, you can pick up any stone, a small stone, and keep it in your hand. I'll energize that, do Prana Pratishta of that stone into Atmalinga, and bring conscious initiation to all of you. We'll start the initiation now. Please sit straight. Keep the Atmalinga in your hand. Just remember this one truth. Paramashiva is real. He is manifesting now as this Nijavatara in all of you. In every one of us, He Himself is manifesting. This is simple truth, reality, not utility or just powerful cognition. It's utility also, powerful cognition also, but above all that, it is reality, truth. Sit straight. You can keep your eyes open or closed, but keep the Atmalinga in your hand. It can touch the Anandagandha, just space below the heart, above the navel, and sit for the conscious initiation. Om Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி ஆயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவனம் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி களம் வந்து
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாரா அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய், அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய், அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே, சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய். சூலமும் வெயிலில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியொரு தரிசனம் அல்லவா, சிம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே. வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா, மதியில் நிறைந்திடுவாய், மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட மண்மழு நீ ஏந்திவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய், அகம் உணர்ந்திட உளம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். விமுக்தி காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே, மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே, அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே, சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே, சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் வழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே, ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே. ஆகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிவாகினாய், ஊழியாகினாய் உலகமாகினாய் அதுவாகி அருள்படை தரும் கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே, எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எப்பயாலும் நேசனே, ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே. ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் கதிகல சரணதையோ நயே காத்திரவா. அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய், அகண்ட ஜோதியரே வாராய், அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய், நித்யானந்தரே.
பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க, சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க. பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க, சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க. என்னன்னு கேட்டா அது எட்டு சோரக்காய போகும், சொந்த வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க அதை வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கூடிடுங்க. சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும், நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும். சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும், நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும்.
சிவ பரமசிவ 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 பரமசிவ. Let the Kundalini Shakti, Paramashakti, awaken in all of us. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva.
Mother
महासदाशिवोऽहम् கைலை வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இரவதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவ ஆட்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே சடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே महासदाशिवोऽहम् 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 உனது பார்வையால் மாயைகள் விலக விலக பூமி எங்குமே ஞானம் மலர மலர தேகம் எங்குமே சுடலை சாம்பல் பூசி ஆடும் வந்தனே பாதம் பதிய வருக விரிசடையோனே விரிவுறம் எரிந்த அந்த தளவிழியோடு தீமைகள் ஒழிக்க வருக பலத்திலே நித்தம் வாழுகின்ற தாண்டவத்தையே அகிலம் உணரவே பொங்கிடும் மங்களம் பூலோகம் எங்கிலும் கங்கையின் வெள்ளமாய் பாய்ந்தோடி வந்திடும் கால காலனாக நீர் இன்றிடும் அற்புதம் கண்டவர் யாவரும் திருவடி அது சரணடைந்திட கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே வெள்ளம் முழுதும் சிவாட்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே சடை முடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கைலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே புல்லாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லாரின் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திழைத்தேன் எம்பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் கையாளும் ஈசா அற்புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்தில் வாடின் புலி போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட்கொண்டவா கையாளும் ஈசா அற்புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்தில் வாடின் புலி போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட்கொண்டவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா ஊருயிர் குறைந்திடும் ஏறுயிருமில்லவா நாளும் ஈசா அற்புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்தில் வாடின் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு மையாட்கொண்டவா மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் சேரே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே கடலில் இருளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபானவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலமே மானிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா வேண்டும் கடல் கடைந்த போது அதில் நஞ்சை உண்டு பக்தரை காத்துகின்றார் சிவ 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 ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் ஹர ஹர என சிவம் அடையும் ஓம் சிவ சிவாய ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் தகதிமியன காலம் முழங்கும் நாளும் ஈசாரர் புரிய மிக்க சரிதத்துவா வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டவா
பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः Nithyananda Paramashivam Nithyananda Paramashivam Nithyananda Paramashivam
போற்றி மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Listen to this revelation intensely. You will manifest this reality now. All the principles of greed is included in the fear. Fear is the higher force inclusive of greed. Powerful cognition is higher force inclusive of fear and greed. Initiation is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions. Consciousness is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions and initiations. Same way, electromagnetic force is higher than the principles of gravitation and inclusive of the principles of gravitation. Weak nuclear force is not only higher, it is inclusive of the principles of gravitation and the principles of electromagnetic forces. Strong nuclear force is higher than and inclusive of gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force. Consciousness is higher and inclusive of gravitation force, weak nuclear force, gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. So understand, consciousness is not only higher, it is inclusive of all the other four forces. So sit with this consciousness. Paramashiva is real. You will manifest consciousness now. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मत्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान्
Om Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. I bless you all with this conscious process and initiation. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva. 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 Paramashiva.
Nithyanandam Jnanapatati Manual under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences, Shastra Pramana, the scriptural evidences, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagama stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana. With Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in a disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas are given for us to have the cognitive shift. For each of the power manifestation, Bhagavan has beautifully given us the powerful space to understand the greater reality. For the power of length dimension, the scriptural reference is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Shakti Sandhane Sariropatihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed, manifest at once length, breadth, depth, time and space dimension. Bhagavan beautifully said how we can live in the higher dimensions 14 dimensions, the higher intelligence, how we can experience the higher forces manifesting the greater reality, and how if we understand our greed and which is mapped to the gravitational force, the same way the fear which is mapped to the electromagnetic force, clearly they say how each cell has 1.4 volts of energy, and it can be mapped if we have the all 50 trillion cells manifesting, we will have 70 trillion volts, which is stronger than the nuclear force. It's like the lightning strike force. It's so powerful that Bhagavan is saying how it is once we are able to reflect the consciousness in our brain, we can experience the higher forces. What happens if we experience the greater forces, the greater vibration, greater energy? We are no longer matter. We go into the higher space of existence as consciousness. As long as we are stuck with the lower forces, the fear, greed, worry, we are vibrating in the lower forces. That is what here it says. By aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, the self, who you are, the existential reality, when you establish that as Paramashiva, as the real, you are manifesting all the dimensions of cosmos. As long as you are getting away to the outer world and only living in the outer world, spending all your energy on that, you're forgetting the very cause of how and who you are, and wasting all the energy in the fear and greed, Bhagavan says, in all the obsessive compulsive reactionary space. And you don't know how to focus on your inner space to attain this higher intelligence where higher forces can be manifested as reality, as consciousness, the higher vibrating forces, that who you are. The very molecular structure, the atom changes and you can experience the energy form of you. But because of our delusion, we are stuck in the world of what we think is reality. If we understand the deeper science that Bhagavan is telling us, how we can go beyond the length, breadth, depth into the space dimension, breaking the time component, what we understand as time. Here beautifully Bhagavan gives the Apta Pramana from how Ahalya, Rishi Gautama, from Ramayana chapter 5 Balakanda, Rishi Gautama cursed his wife Ahalya to become a stone for allowing Lord Indra into her hermitage. He curses her to become a stone for over 60,000 years, till Lord Vishnu comes in the form of Lord Rama and comes and touches her with the feet to liberate her from the curse. She gets the boon to get liberated, but the whole science, how she went into the lower frequency and she became that stone, which is a very lowest frequency. It can breathe, but it cannot germinate, or it cannot eat or grow, nothing like plants. Then we have plants, but it cannot move like animals. Then we have the higher frequency like animals, but only in human body we can reflect the consciousness and experience the even greater reality beyond what we think as matter. We can experience the energy form also. That is why it is so precious. Out of 1 trillion species, 8 billion people, we are here chosen by Paramashiva to manifest all these powers. Bhagavan Paramashiva here explains the length, breadth, depth, dimensions for deeper understanding.
Dimensions. Length, breadth, depth is not just lines. It is also principles, means your logic. A linear thinking, 1 + 1 is 2, means 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. All men have one head. Socrates is a man, means Socrates has one head. All this kind of a linear thinking put together is length. When I use the word length, See, Sadashiva defines length. Please understand, everything I am going to say now, all the 11 dimensions, precisely defined in Sanskrit. I should say Prakrit. Prakrit in Agama by Sadashiva. So listen. Unit of self, Jiva. Unit of universe, space. Unit of the God, Sadashiva. All three unit is one and the same. Listen carefully. The being who goes through all the 25 states of consciousness, the unit space of the 11 dimensions of the universe, and the unit space of the Sadashiva, God particle, all three are one and the same. You will experience that later, and I'll make sure you get that. Now at least understand intellectually what I am presenting. When Sadashiva says length, not only the line, everything which is linearly functioning, every energy, force which submits itself to the linear calculation. For example, if you use this many horsepower, this item will be pulled. This many horsepower, this item will be pulled. It is a linear, logical understanding. Anything which submits itself to this law is also length. But this law will not be useful when you are having fight with your spouse. Now there are many places, I am just giving you one example. There are many places this law will not be useful. So whatever submits itself to all the logical, linear understandings, all of you are able to get what I am saying. Length does not mean just the length of this, anything you understand by logic. If you put this much of electricity into this machine, this will start rotating in this speed. If you put this much of voltage, it will start rotating in this speed. This is a linear understanding, a logical understanding. In this, anything which functions under the law of logical understanding is length.
Beautiful, Bhagwan. Explain what is length. Now, Shakshi Pramana, here the Balasans manifested the power of length, and the doctors are explaining their experience in the courtyard.
Anandam, my name is Sona Kamat, and I'm a board-certified internal medicine and rheumatology physician in the United States. To give you a little background, in my early career, I spent time doing research at an academic center, training medical students, internal medicine residents, and rheumatology fellows. Over the last 12 years, I've practiced private practice rheumatology, and I'm a very busy rheumatologist. Just to give you an idea of who is now looking at this science. Yesterday, we had one of the most amazing experiences, and we're truly blessed by Swamiji to experience what Ramanujan experienced when the Mukur Mahalakshmi bestowed upon him this gift of math. The last 2 days, we've played with our Balasans and given them very complicated math compounding factors and trigonometry, and their answers are accurate again and again, to the point where when our answer is incorrect, we now look at our calculator and redo our calculation, because most likely we've punched the wrong button, not that they have it wrong. Now, having understood this, yesterday, Ma Pragnana happened to find herself on a team with 2 physicians. So you can see now where my thought process is leading. We looked at her and we said, we know that they can give us all kinds of complicated math answers and distances and whatnot, But can this science, even in the length dimension, go a step further? So we decided to give her medical questions. Now, she looked at us first with awestruck eyes with, what are these people going to do to me? And so we decided to give her first a simple medical question, or what we thought was a simple medical question. We gave her this. For a patient who suffers from an uncomplicated urinary tract infection by the organism E. coli, what would be the treatment? And she looked at us, blinked several times, and then started to write frantically. Now, mind you, both Dr. Saraswati and I were thinking we would get back an antibiotic. We gave her a pen even when she looked initially at us because we thought she wouldn't be able to pronounce the antibiotic. We thought it may be easier for her to write down the name of the antibiotic. When she started to write frantically, we both stood over her notebook to see what she was writing. And this is what she wrote. Step 1. First, test the urine for an infection. Step 2. Make sure that the patient drinks plenty of fluids. Step 3. Give the patient adequate glucose support. Now this from a Balasanth who has no medical background and is so much more accurate.
People are studying medicine.
We had to step back and think about how we're doing things. Now, of course, our wheels are turning. Next thing we know is we're starting to come up with all kinds of questions for her because we have to rethink how we're doing things. We have to look at medicine again. This is finally happening for medicine. An unbiased, unprecedented event in medicine is happening in our day and age.
So there was one question.
Beautifully, the doctors explained how they were able to do the length questions just like that and how they were able to crack different things. Here today we are going to work on the astronomical details that we can write for each other. If you have partner, you can ask the partner to give you a question, or you can write down the details and verify with the Google, and you can see how the planets are positioned, and there's so many phenomenal things which are happening right now and how it's mapped in the macrocosm. You can write down all the detail, the position, the date, the happening and all that, and you can verify in the Google. So if you have Jnananjan, you can apply the Jnananjan on your third eye, on your temple, the Paramashiva or a mirror, or you can use the yantra, or you can use the banyan leaf. And if you have a partner, you can ask the partner to give you questions, or you can write down the few questions and Google and find out whatever Paramashiva reveals is exactly the same thing. And once you do that, put away your gadgets, sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line, and let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of length dimension. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Sit with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. Unclutch from everything that you know as your thoughts, as engaging in the thoughts. Surrender everything to Paramashiva's lotus feet. Again and again, raise yourself. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. The more and more we establish ourselves in consciousness is real, Paramashiva is real, we'll start having both the outer world success and the inner world fulfillment. Forgetting that we are always in chaos, confusion, and more struggling in life. All that we need to do is drop all our identities, all that we think which is mine, at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Simply will disappear into Bhagwan's lotus feet and discover the new who we are is Paramashiva, the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. Now With a deep gratitude, start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening, starting to manifest the power of length dimension. Let's start.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, please go ahead, verify with Google the results that you have experienced and the exact results that your partner had given the question or in the Google. And go ahead, take a picture of that and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. The link is under the Bhagwan's photo, and you can have the hashtag Paramashivoham, Shakshi Pramana, hashtag Power Manifestation, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda, and tag it to your friends and families. All that Bhagwan is giving us the greatest gift in the world. When you share with the others, it multiplies as many people you share it with. More and more when you're sharing and causing others reality to raise them to Paramashiva is real. You are reflecting that in them. The more people you're able to enrich and cause for living the Charya Pada, doing the yoga, puja, detox, and satsang, initiation, power manifestation. That is the best gift that we can give it to somebody. Go on enriching with all this power manifestation, powerful cognition, your experiences from the initiation, all this you can share with the world. Now let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for all the gifts from Kailasha for each one of us every single day. And thanking all of you here manifesting the powers of Paramashiva and following the Guru Vak as life. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Now, let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to third eye. And let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Holding the powerful cognition, Paramashiva is real. In thought, word and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva as a reality. With that, we are end of the session. Now, let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join through eCitizen and it will be a Zoom